rapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah, the weather is the boss. Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massive 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 out the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 out the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weeds. red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the ride, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 out the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors.
Good day, everybody. Let's see if we can't push harvest a little bit forward. It's gonna rain again late today, so we'll see if we can get maybe finish the first field. Finally. First we gotta pack things up here and get everything started up. Get the stream set up and everything. This one goes there. I'm gonna put the camera away for a little bit. We need to back out, then I need to put the harvesting pipe out. Or emptying pipe, I should say. Yeah, then we need to probably need to back out first, then we can fire this one up, I guess. And we'll see if this one keeps the lines from last time, because last time I did it and we came back to the same field, even if you take like continue task, it had like, the lines had went off. So we'll see what it does now. Hopefully it remembers from last time. But yeah, we can reverse out, put you guys somewhere here so we can take the pipe out, and then we'll do some things here. Where can I put you guys so you're not gonna like fall down? I'll chat the phone here. Well, you can just be there for now. Just a little bit so we can get out from the barn here. See that things start up. Oh yeah, now we got nothing. It's the damn main. I think the main electricity switch is a little bit. And there's a battery drain. And now we got nothing. Might need to go outside and disconnect and reconnect the battery switch. It has some sort of and we'll try that. Some sort of issue, I think. Of course, intermittent issue. Probably need to switch it out. Let's see now. Drar the main switchen, det jumittar, så det jumittar något. Att muuta off och tillbaka upp. Ja, det är allt avstängd. Det har näten på med det dynamiskt, men det stängde ju av det när det får strömmen. När man startar så något kortslutar det eller något gör det. Måste ronka i den, ja. Den ska nog byta sig för det här blir inte något man får igång. Now we got lights. And then third time's the charm. We didn't change anything. Just all of a sudden it works. Very weird. Usually when we start a field, we can finish the field in the same day. This needs to be this way. But yeah, now we're ready to go. Hearing protection probably needed. Just the normal stuff, racing rain here again. It's gonna start to rain probably in like 5 hours, so we'll try to harvest what we can before that. Hopefully finish this field. Yeah, so there was a couple of missed straws here somewhere. We could fire things up and try to grab them if I can see where they are. Oh, there they are, and there's more. Have to split it up because rain at the wrong time. was after the rain, it was 40%. So dried up quite a bit again. Wish it would be a little bit more dry even when we harvest it now, but yeah, it's gonna rain again. Tomorrow it's gonna be even more wet again, so try to get at least a little bit done again.
Yeah, it's not a huge tank. I mean, the new combines, the big ones, they have a tank that's probably like 15 cubic meters or something, maybe even more. So it's the new ones are crazy big. Now John can, if John is, you can measure. I don't know if John has the measuring thing, he could measure what the moisture is, but we tried a little bit, it was like 70%. Does he have the, maybe he doesn't have it in the tractor. You can measure, you have time now because we're gonna feel it, it's gonna take a time before I have one full, so you have good time to check the moisture. Yeah, now we can start here in the middle somewhere, then we should be able to use the auto steer again. The auto steer did the same weird thing as last time, where like when we continue now this day, it has like for some reason chosen to move around a bit. close. There was a rock on the header here, but it didn't go inside the combine. But man, if you get a rock inside there, it's gonna cause some massive damage. 5 millimeters, like a lot of rain, and now it's dry again. And the sun isn't even shining today. It only really does that if the crop is very, very ripe. Otherwise it won't be that dry. Done half a trailer now, so now it's 13:51. We started. Let's see how long it takes to fill one tank. 13:51 we started. Let's try to remember that. I can try to actually do this, write it up here. Then I know that time we started to fill, then we'll see how long it takes before it's full. It shouldn't take too long. The crop is pretty heavy here, so maybe 15 minutes or something. there when it's running though. That is for sure. That's no problem if it's wet, but it's inside the combine where it's does the separation. That's where it does not work if it's really wet. Inside there, it's basically the same thing as trying to mow a lawn when it's wet. The insides here does not work very well if it's wet, if it's too wet. Oh, we got some lodged crop even here. Heavy crop here, I think. It almost doesn't want to stand up. From a full tank, so it takes like 15 minutes to fill a tank. That's pretty good crop, I think. Technically we should fill a trailer in 1 hour, or we probably do. We don't need to do too much special driving like around these islands and things. Perfect place to have a full tank. If it would line up like that every time, it would be very good. Don't need to drive much like extra. don't get that much, but this is dry stuff now, so it will only shrink a small amount. The higher the moisture the grain has, then the grain is like swollen up. So then you get like more volume, but it's kind of just water volume. Better to harvest it when it's like as dry as possible. Quite a bit coming in actually. Quite a bit of seeds coming in. Yeah, the stuff that comes in the tank here, it's only the very top of the crop, like the seeds. The straw and everything just goes out the back. because it rained and it kind of started pushing down the crop. But it's almost like it looks heavier here. Might just be the rain that did that. straw would come out in long pieces. So you can get the long straw with this one also. Just need to make some adjustments on the back. But now when we don't need the straw, then we can just chop it up, put it back in the field. But you can also stop it so it doesn't chop the straw. Just need to make some adjustments. I guess after we dump this, I can show you on the outside, and I can show you where you disconnect some things. Just dump this here and then take a little break. On the outside. Shut off the machinery, we can let it run on idle, but just shut the machine off. Then I'll take this guy, so I got my batteries. Then we should be able to go outside. The secondary camera will be here, but you can see from the... I can't also read chat, but you can see the one camera. We'll just do a quick check here. I'll put this on me. But yeah, good to check, see that there's not too much stuff like getting stuck anywhere. But yeah, here in the front, this is like a sickle bar. This will cut the crop. Like those sharp teeth will move back and forth, and then it will cut everything here. And these are kind of, if the crop is flat, these help to lift up the crop before it cuts it. And then it just goes in there. Pretty much the front part of it. And here we can check that there's not... This is the air intake for the cooler. Want to keep that kind of clean. This one should also be kind of clean. Then we can look out inside the combine here. But yeah, this thing back here, this is the straw chopper inside here. There's like some blades that spin very fast there. So if you disconnect this one, then the straw would come out in like long pieces. Now it chops it all down to things like this. It's all like short stuff. Here is what comes out from the chopper. You can see this is just empty husks. Yeah, all these are empty. And trash. Here's a little bit stuck here, but not too much. Looks pretty good. You can see in the front there. I don't think there's any stuff there either. Can't really see very well there. Looks pretty good. sure there's nothing plugged in the front there. I can't even see there, but it might be good to check this area. And there's nothing. There's nothing. Ready to continue. And now we can go there still. Then here and then. Yeah, there's definitely, if we've done one load now, there's more than one left. A little bit more than one load. Maybe 1.5. Then we'll put this battery pack back here. But yeah, I like this setup because now I can do this like just quickly go outside and have the camera like with me. If I put the camera somewhere inside here, inside the cabin, I can't take you guys outside that easily. Now it's pretty easy, not super easy, but as easy as it can get. But yeah, then we just fire up. The machinery was all standing still. First you pull this one, this will engage everything. Slowly engage. You can see the meters there will start to show something. Spins up the fan, spins up everything. Like that. Then from here you put it on full throttle. Here, this pedal, you engage this, then clutch in, second gear, then we go forward. And from here I can also adjust the speed. On we go to the other edge there somewhere. Because the audio steer was still messing up here at the beginning of it. Here we lower it down to a good height, something like that. Then away we go. So I can't go too fast. I'm going like maybe 3.5 kilometers per hour, so like walking speed. Sometimes the crop is not that heavy, then you can, I guess, harvest faster. But I like this slow speed because it means there's a heavy crop. I rather harvest slowly because it means the crop is better. Slide over one pass. Here it feels a little bit because the auto steer had some sort of issue this morning. It should take everything here, but it's like for some reason it switched a little bit from last time. hour, I guess. Now when I don't need to drive empty and everything is like working, so it fills up pretty fast. I think. 2 hours in, we should only have maybe some shorter passes left. Makes quite a bit of difference when you're here. You can just drive and don't need to. When we started the first day, then we did a bunch of the corners back there and all kinds of like weird shapes and things. And it really slows you down when you do those odd shapes. Much faster like this when you can do a little bit longer passes and don't need to back up that much. I would think. That's really fast, because if I would go faster, I think the grain elevator that brings in the seeds to the tank, like if you try to put too much seed in, then if that one can't keep up, then you start losing seeds out the back. So I can't really go much faster, because that one might be the one that limits how fast we can go. There's simply so many seeds coming in that the one grain elevator might be the bottleneck. Now I'm driving like 6 kilometers per hour. Now I can drive a bit faster when we're just going to dump. But when I'm actually harvesting, I need to go a little bit slower. Now we're going at a whopping 6 kilometers per hour. Not super fast. But yeah, this machine isn't designed to go fast. It's designed to harvest crops. So it's not gonna win any speed races. I mean, when we drive on the road, you can go pretty fast, but you don't want to go like that fast on the field. That will not really work very well. Now this is tank number 3 into this one. Maybe we put 2 in the other one, so 1 more in this and 2 more in the other. And then it's definitely not going to be everything, I think. What up, Brad? How's it going? actually, yeah, we can start there where we ended, I guess. It isn't too far here where we ended. That's acceptable levels. It was even drier 2 days ago, but yeah, we got the big rain there, so it got a bit wet. Combine like 4 miles per hour. Yeah, I don't know how you would be able to push this combine that fast. I think the grain elevator would not keep up, like bring all the seeds in to the tank. And I guess we got some weeds also, that's definitely gonna slow it down a little bit too. But yeah, I don't want to push it more than this. Back there growing. What's a cotton? We're gonna go back here because we're getting close to some on the other side. There's like quite a lot of them, like some patches like this. But for the most part, it's okay. Ideally you would have none of them, but we farm organically, so we don't use any we don't spray anything for the weeds, so considering that, it looks pretty good, I think. For the most part it's pretty clean enough at least. That's quite a big bug. Turn like this so we don't keep the tractor. Also we can only go back, I think, almost one pass, and we should have full tank again. I'm gonna trap myself inside the field with a full tank. Spray Roundup. Yeah, we did that, but we don't do it anymore. And I mean, there's definitely people doing here, like most farms here are also like not but I don't think they're bug proof still. A bug doesn't see any different easy if it's GMO or non-GMO, I think. The bugs eat everything. Maybe we can get this narrow piece here. Here's just this little bit. And after this we got the last chunk there. Should have like, we still have over 1 hectare left, I think. Yeah, probably like 1 hectare, maybe a little bit more even. Really should be full now. Do I have to grab a little bit more or do we just dump? Do you plant the same crop back in this field? No. We try to avoid that as much as possible. It's kind of bad practice to put the same thing back in the same field. It's always better if you can have a crop rotation. Like change your crop ideally every year. But even if you can change it most the years, it's good. Way better than having the same thing every year in the same field. Okay, we need to slow it down. Slow down. Pretty cool now. Oh yeah, there we go. Full tank. backwards when you're harvesting. I guess we can continue there where we ended up. Maybe forward harvesting is the way to go still. We can go here, then we can already put the auto steer on. And then when we start harvesting, we slow it down a bit. Back to harvesting speed and lower down a bit. There's like a scale here where I can see how high the ping is. We want it like 20 to 25 centimeters off the ground. And then if it's flat like this, then we can go lower. Here we need to slow down and go a bit lower so we grab everything here. Back up a bit, a little bit more speed. Okay, it's 3 p.m. We should have, I think this is still gonna take like 1 hour at least to finish. There's quite a bit here. And soon we have 2 trailers already. Oh man, it might almost be 3 trailers here. I guess 2 tanks, it goes quite a bit there. Maybe like 2.5 trailers is my guess right now. Of how much we're gonna get here today. That's a decent amount. Now we hit the island, we probably need to go on the other side there now, clean that, then we can clean the island. It's a little bit extra things to do here, I guess. There's like grass so you can't see, but it's full of boulders. You can't like farm. Too many big boulders. And now we need to go to the other edge there and open it up there so I can see the island and go around the island. Close to the ditch. Let's not fall in the ditch though. Then it's easier if I can go a few long passes here, then I can do first load. And then bring that trailer back somewhere then, where we need it. Because it's not gonna fit in the 2 trailers, that's for sure. That's 100% for sure. What kind of fertilizer do we use? We use organic fertilizer. So it's basically a mix of a lot of things. I think there was like chicken crap, then there was like something that's left over when they make paper. Like there's all kinds of things in there. But it all has to be like, it's basically all recycled nutrients. Okay, now it's just doing half pass here so we can go faster again. Then I can do a few passes with auto steer again. Do you make it? No, we buy it. Buy the fertilizer. Yeah, now it might not feel when we do this little. We might do a little pass back. Feel it up completely. But we don't have the resources, like we don't have any animals, we need many tons of fertilizer. I can't make it myself. I don't have a resource to get it. Or I don't have enough, I don't have enough stuff to get it. I'm sure it's not hard to make a fertilizer, but now should we go back here or back there? Probably back there, I guess. Yeah, we should probably go here. If I would have like, let's say, some sort of animals like cows a lot or chickens or something, then I could spread the manure. But we don't have any animals on the farm. It's pretty, you can't be like self-sufficient on everything. It gets really hard at some point. You gotta buy some things. But yeah, I think that kind of fertilizer is still better than buying the mineral fertilizer. Because that could be from all kinds of countries and far away. At least organic fertilizer is all from Finland, so it's a pretty local fertilizer, I guess you could say. By far the most weedy part here. A little bit more weeds here than I would like to see, but it is what it is. There's still some decent oats here. Cut the headland open here. or the dirt. We'll try to get through here, but we might fill up before. We will try at least here. close by. Here I should also open up the headlamps here. Probably do it now. bad patches have been pretty small on this field. For the most part, it's been good. depends on the crop, but anywhere from tons it would probably be, we're lower 1 ton. With oats we're probably holding like 1.2 tons maybe. Show me around the combine. If you watch the stream back a bit, we did walk around the combine a little bit. Probably go here somewhere. Yeah, it's not fun harvesting when it's flat. But yeah, this combine is very experienced. It's not old. No, but I think it's 1990 or 1991. So it's got some years on it. But it works on our small farm. We don't have a huge farm. But yeah, this chat app it's good, but sometimes it disconnects from the YouTube chat, so I can't see it. But now everything should be working. I should be able to see everything. See everything. find places to throw away some money. That's for sure. Now I can fill this other one up. Then John can take that away. Then we have 2 full trailers already today. And then about that much. I would say that's at least 2 tanks. Probably 2.5. Good stuff. After this one I can check combine again. Because now we have done 2 trailers. Check that there's nothing plugging up anywhere. Backpack with me. Clean up. What?
15,4.
Var det 15? Det blir inte torrare men det är tillräckligt torrt. 15 är riktigt bra när det regnar 25 milli i förrgår. Där blir ännu 2 tankar i alla fall därifrån. 2 tankar lite upakaiser men det ryms i det annat kärton. Jag tar bara och cleana och lite se att det inte pluggar upp. Annars toimii nog bra. Igår torkade mycket. Igår torkade tosi mycket. But idag hade ju inte torkat just något.
Ja.
Let's check here. Yeah, this is only looks like seeds, but it's good to check these. That one might have a little bit, but mostly it's the green stuff or just empty husks. Yeah, if there's a few small ones, it's okay. There's a little bit there. Might throw a few here and there over. For the most part, it's pretty good. I think it's mostly like small seeds and just junk husks. Looks worse than it is. Yeah, most are empty. Maybe 1 or 2. You can check in the field also, but it's not too many like full seeds. And yeah, it's still really clean here. Grab a few sticks out of it. We don't have that much left now, so it should be, as long as it's clean in the front there. You don't really need to clean too much, you can check this. Huh?
A couple of small seeds.
Nää, det här det är alldeles rent och man kan bara köra. Yeah, that's good. Don't need to clean anything. You can see the filters on the side. this one grabs a little bit, but it's not too bad here either. Pretty clean. Ganska rent är det nog, man kan se det upp. Det är bara lite sådär, det kyla det mår bra, det är inte så hett så. But yeah, combine is working pretty good, some junk. In the front also, it's not really wrapping around anywhere. Working pretty good. Here there can be sometimes a lot, but it's fine now. But yeah, now you can see it from the outside. This is how it looks from the outside if you haven't seen it yet. It's good. Nu skulle det inte börja regna på en timme, nu får jag nog det där.
Det var nog någon gång kanske där 7
Det är nog bäst att inte sova allt för mycket nu, det är bara att dra bara nu. Ja, det ryms nog nu. Ja, det räcker, ja. We got enough fuel. Not much fuel, but enough fuel. Let's put this back. But yeah, we don't want to take too long breaks now, because you know, if I take a long break now, you know what's gonna happen. It's gonna start raining. So we wanna finish this and then we take the break. It seems like always when you're harvesting, you're always running away from rain. Seems like it's always the thing. Now I'll let John go away, then we can continue. sure because when I finish this, it's gonna start to rain immediately. I think at least. Like the rain is gonna start like in 2 hours. So we won't do anything more. We will finish this field. And then yeah, the other fields are not, like they're starting to get ready, but it's no point in going and doing like a little bit. The rest will be for next week then. Because yeah, tomorrow there's gonna be massive storm, rain, wind, you name it, flying pigs, everything tomorrow. So tomorrow we can't harvest anything, but today we'll try to finish this now. The little field here would be close by, but it's not ready yet. There's a little bit of green stuff there, so. And the 10 hectare, the same thing, and the 5 hectare, well, it's kind of borderline, but I think it's better if we do it next week. There was some green stuff there. John went and looked today, and it's like, yeah, this is good if we do this today. For sure ready and ripe. down here in many places. Yeah. A rainstorm on this could definitely ruin this a lot. Push some like completely flat on the ground. Yeah, we are harvesting, and after 2 hours it's gonna rain again. Getting in a little harvest stream again before the next rain again. It's really close to the ground here. Yeah, tomorrow it's gonna be like a proper like storm, I think. Like rain, wind, all kinds of things. Hopefully it doesn't like flatten any crops or anything like that. But it might be quite the storm almost. But they have toned it down a bit. I think it said like maybe 20 mils of rain now, so it's gonna like at first it was like 50 mils. So I think it's getting, the forecast is getting better as time passes. Hopefully it like rains a lot less than what they predict. No rain before 6 p.m. Yeah, today. Then it's gonna start this evening and rain overnight. And then actually tomorrow it might not rain that much. It's mostly gonna be like during the night when it's gonna rain. Not gonna hit the power line. Oh, there was some heavy stuff. One tank, and then there's more here and there's more on the other side of the island. Might be like 3 tanks left here. Probably extra heavy here when we put like, there was a little bit of fertilizer that wasn't running out. Then at the end here we put like heavier, like even more fertilizer. I think that's why it's probably extra heavy here. Seems like it's really good here. Will be very interesting to compare this to the other field that has no fertilizer, but it had the peas last year. I think that looks like equally good, so maybe it's gonna yield about the same also. Some different methods, but might be the same yield. Very, very interesting. Also the new variety. When we continue next week, we're gonna have the new variety of oats. That will be super interesting to see what that yields. It's gonna be better or worse than this trusted variety. like rain in the next half hour or so. Should be possible. A little bit tricky bits left and kind of slow behind the island here. Should be possible. So this is all bonus now. It's gonna be probably pretty full, this one even. We will see. We will see. Very short. Anymore. The next half hour we will find out. flower did they use to make that honey? So I guess that's why the honey will always taste a little bit different depending on what kind of flowers were around the bees. irrigate the fields reasonably cheap, then it definitely pays off. Like, it really adds to the crops for sure, and makes it more, I guess, more predictable. Like you can guess how much you get. Here it's very different. Like some years you get barely anything, and then other years a little bit better, and a lot of variation. But of course there is always a cost also. When you irrigate, it's gonna, like, that's never like free. Even if you get the water free, then you have to have all the irrigation systems set up. So it's still gonna add a cost. And I mean, in the garden last year, it didn't grow that well in the garden, even if I irrigated the garden, because it was just simply too warm. So irrigation helps some, but if it's too hot, it's too hot. Like the potatoes and onions were way bigger this year than last year. And I did irrigate last year, so that shouldn't have been a problem, but it still grew better this year. Now we got 3 trailers here, and the rest is not gonna fit. Maybe the rest fits in one now. And it's gonna be, then this trailer is also like full. Crazy. I didn't think there was that much left. Oh yeah, there was a little bit here, a little bit there. Then we got the little lot of the people that went to either Canada or United States in like the early 1900s, they went to the areas that have like similar climate to what we have here. So I guess they could grow the same things that they grew here. And that cloud, that sky is getting dark there. We won't be finished a minute too early, I think. Might start to rain right after. the averages then. If we know the weight, then I could calculate roughly, but it's probably gonna be probably like 5 ton. Or something, maybe even more. I'll have to do the math. I think first day we did 1, then the second day we did 3, and now today we did 3. And a little bit, so it should be like 7. 7 in total, I think. Can you fit? Yeah, we can fit. It's only, there's very little left now. It's basically done already. There's like a few straws left maybe, or like a quarter of a tank maybe. Grab these couple of straws here. It's only like very little left now. Probably not even a quarter of a tank. No orders. We gotta do some adjustments. Sometimes the orders here with this company wants to do a little drunk driving. Drunk drivers. Trailers, yeah, something like that. I think that's pretty close. Then it depends a lot on the weight. If the weight is like some years the weight has been 60, some years it's been like 55, 56. If the weight is like 60 or 600 kilos per cubic meter, then there's a lot. Was this field 5 or 6? We have harvested 5.9 now. I think this field, the area that you can farm, it's like 6 hectares, maybe 6.2. This one says 5.9, but when you do a little bit one day and a little bit the next day, I think this, for some reason, it shows a different amount when you start the next day. But yeah, I think about 6 hectares is this field, maybe a little bit over. John can already come to the tractor, yeah. We might need to panic evacuate again like always. This is last pass. This might actually be last pass here. Last pass on this field. This is what's left of this field. Then we are done on the first field. The first field took a very long time this year. When did we start? On Monday, Tuesday. Usually it takes like 1 day. Yeah, never know with the weather. Oh, that's it. Oh, I think we got everything. I lift all the way up, try to scoop in everything. Run it for a bit so it clears the combine completely out. There is like almost probably a third of a tank. The cord we can shut off. I guess this thing we can shut off. Don't need auto steer anymore. Still mostly oats when I dump here. There's a little bit of the diesel piece in there, but it's not too bad. Now it's a full trailer in this trailer also. So yeah, it only fits 4 and a little bit, like not even 4.5 tanks would fit. That's perfect. 3 trailers today. I'm gonna drive forward so I can sweep my pipe down. So it doesn't hit the trailer. Yeah, I'm gonna put you guys on a little break. I'll be right back. For real, not just a random Mexico guess. But where? Pretty dry. Boy, Cat is coming for you guys. Cat is coming for the camera. Cat is wondering what the camera is doing. Cat is sniffing the camera. Cat is going over the camera. Do not sit on the camera, Cat. Let's put the camera like this now. Like flexing the knees a lot. This is not how I'm skiing. Not like this. I'm not skiing like that. Then also another thing, I think people think I'm skiing just with the arms. So I'm not skiing like this either. With just the arms. Or not skiing like this. Then I can show you I'm actually skiing. Oops. The thing came out. Okay, we're back. I even shut it off so we can clean the combine a bit, because next we're gonna go probably in the other variety. Just dump some of the trash off the combine here right away. And I guess we can put the pipe down first. Otherwise I forget that. We'll clean off as much crap as possible. There's always a little corner here where it collects some straw. But yeah, this stayed pretty clean. Engine wasn't running very hot. Should use my, I think we got a brush in the harvester to clean it off. I guess the wind is gonna take it off. But yeah, it really feels like it's gonna start to rain soon. And it is gonna start to rain soon. At least this field is done now. Now if it rains on this field it's okay, so the clover gets some water. We just don't want rain on that field or on those fields over there, where we still have some crop left. Collects a little bit here in some spots. Yeah, all these are empty seeds, or really like tiny seeds. Can do a proper cleaning later, but I'm just gonna take some of the stuff out from here. Can kind of reach in here, get the straws out. But yeah, the next few days there's gonna be plenty of time to clean the combine and get everything ready, because the next 2 days it's gonna be too wet to harvest anything. There's a bit there. We might pull this whole sieve out and get the last bit of trash out. There's still a little bit. There's a little bit. All kinds of corners full of dust, full of trash. Yeah, inside there you don't want to put your fingers when it's running, like there's full of blades that spin really fast here, then the straw goes over these here
Then the straw falls down here, gets chopped up there and thrown out the back. So inside there you definitely don't want to put any fingers or anything. Yeah, this looks pretty clean. We can pull this out later. There's only a few straws there. It's probably easier. We can take it. You can unscrew those and then pull the whole thing out. But it's pretty damn clean. And check the bearings. Don't feel hot here. Because yeah, this spins and then these will go like straw walkers up here. Didn't really hear any suspicious sounds or anything, so I don't think we have anything that's like about to break. Yeah, this will be easier with compressed air. Blow that off. Nothing really got caught here too badly, so that's good. And the blade, we can check that the blade is... it's getting a little bit like up-down loose. We might be able to tighten these. This shouldn't be too much loose this way. Might be able to tighten that, or maybe it should be like that. Of course it needs to be a little bit loose here, but if it's too loose then it's gonna have a hard time pushing through. Yeah, it looks pretty clean. Let's drive away. Do you live in rainy area? Yeah, it always rains at the wrong time. Push some grease everywhere. Yeah, we're gonna put some grease before we go to the next field. Also refuel. Yeah, I'll refuel before I go to the next field next time. Yeah, we can go when we go to the next field. But yeah, that's the first field done. Much fuel. Tank is almost empty, so we definitely need to refuel before we continue next time. But yeah, this time we beat the rain. This time we did beat the rain. Are the same as this, then it would be pretty good. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see when we continue.
looking to see if there's a big difference between the field that had peas and the field that had wheat. Yep. So this field that we harvested, that one had both fertilizer and the clover underneath. Then the next field we do, it will probably, I think it had fertilizer also. And maybe also the grass, so it should be, but it's similar, but the only difference is it has like a different variety. And then the two last, the really big field and the really small field, they had peas last year and no fertilizer and no grass underneath this year, I think. But yeah, we'll have to see. I don't even remember myself how it was, but this first field definitely had clover underneath and also had fertilizer. So, and that was pretty good, so. Shut this thing down. And then I need to figure out what things do I need from here. What can I leave here? How much battery do we have left? Yeah, I didn't charge too much today. Hello, battery. 88%. Well, we're gonna charge it in any case. So it's fully charged. This one I need this in the pocket. And then I guess that's trash, and the other one we need to dump. See if I can get all the stuff. There's quite a bit of stuff to get from here. This one we should dump. This one is just trash. And dump this water. I need to change this water. This has been inside there for a little bit. Pockets are full. Where do we put this? Then don't forget the phone. Phone might be useful for other things. Yeah, they dumped that load. This load will be tomorrow. We can take it either to the hot air dryer or maybe put it here. But it's so dry that it's not super, you're not in a super rush to move it. Där kommer så satan, det kommer nu 3 lass därifrån. Det kommer 7 lass från det åkern. Det tänkte jag. Det kom 2, det kom 3 och sen vidare. Lite, men inte mycket nog. Ja, nej, det är bara lite tistlar. Det här var mest tistlar, det sista, för det var de som var värst. Ja, nej, men det var det i slutet de så jag satt lite mer i ödsel. Det var i kull i många ställen där vid stolpar. Så det har nog växt, de var nog säkert, vet du, 6-7 ton, riktigt säkert. Ja, lite de var med i ödsel och de var nästan bättre i slutet. Men gröna är inte just med, det är bara riktigt någon enda.
Det är nog bra det, för då ser det blir lite, man sitter
svart är när det regnar så många gånger. Man såg det var vissa axlar brostis, därför det var nog bra om det regnar hårt skulle jag fara i backar kanske. Man ser hoppas de andra hålls upp. Ja. Ja.
Man får titta på det där helvetet.
Nej, det är bättre. Det är bara till event imorgon. Ja, det är bara till event imorgon. Det är så torrt, det är ju något 15 var det. Ja. Ja. Det skulle blåsa difrån. Det lönar sig att stänga de här dörrarna. För det skulle regna difrån. Det är det där.
Bra där.
Det kom tosi bra. Jag tänker att det var därifrån, så det var 3 lassen därifrån liksom, ja. På något 2,5 sista hektar så kom det 3 lass. Och sen lite uppe. Det var liksom 4 och 12 tankar och kanske en tredjedels tank. Lite, men de var nog helt okej. Men här var bra här. Nej, de var mycket tistlar där bakom ön. Annars det här var mindre här på framsidan. Det är nog, man måste bara vara en väggar på nytt, men det blir nog ganska bra därifrån det. Om det är 7 lass. Ja, vi vägde nog lite, det var nog 55-56 när jag provade.
Så blir det tyngre när det torkar.
Ja, så det är nog nästan där 60, något 58. Så då blir det nog ganska mycket ju. Någon måste göra quick maths hur mycket det blir. Man det väger 57 och sen...
Ungefär 10-15% så är det färdigt.
No, inte kanske så mycket, no, lite där. Lite torkar det, ja. Och lite rosk bort, men inte det är så mycket.
Det första, men det här när det är våta var det med.
Ja, men inte det är nog ganska torrt. Det var 15 så inte var det mycket ihop heller. Lite.
5-7%.
Räkna om det blir, om det är något, fast man räknar nog 6,5 lass. Det är liksom 6 gånger 4.
Räcker bara, vad blir det? 7 lass.
7 lass, man kan ungefär.
Och så gånger 0,9. 10 bort. Så är det ungefär det blir.
Ja, i kubik, ja. Och sen vad det blir i vikten då.
10 bort. Så far det in, man kan hälla på 10 kubik.
Ja, det blir 7 gånger 8, så mycket kan det få en hela volym. 7 gånger 8, vad det är något? 56 kubik.
50 kubik färdigt.
Ja, och så det är något... Det är något, vad blir det? 27 ton? Eller hur mycket blir det ton ungefär?
Något till 57.
58 var 29
29 ton. Så, och sen dividerar du det med 6,2.
Det var nog 6, 28.
Ja.
Det är 4, 6, 5,
Ja, 4,5, det är nog helt bra det.
Jo, det är lite
4,5.
Det så med tistlar och annat.
Ja, nu såg det helt okej ut. De andra ser nog lika bra ut ska jag säga.
Du kan se det. Så får man jämföra med det annars håll.
Ja, det ser man nu, ja. Men det får det där kan fram. Sen är det imorgon bara resten.
Jo,
Sen.
det där är tomt.
Ja.
Men du kan ju bara köpa det där är bara 30.
Ja, det är ju så mycket det är ju.
Det är bara 5,5.
Ja, man kan ha ett bastun på, ja, det är ju.
Bara en 60, det håller lite bra.
Ja, det är så torrt att det är inte bra. Det är inte någon fågel upp nu heller. Nej. Jag flög med drone, jag kan se. Det var nog bara skit, inte var det någon bo in. Ja, man flög där nära och så i det. Nå, de kan vara, ja, men det som man såg utifrån så var det nog inte något. Nej. Ja. Det far nästan dit. Eller ska det tillbaka den lite? Ja. Ja. Jag får att stänga de där växthuslukorna. De blåser sönder annars. What did that say? Yield and quality. Like we did some basic math. I think that field yields about 4.5 tons per hectare with some basic maths, and we don't have the final, like the weight. It's gonna change probably a little bit when you dry it. But I would guess 4.5 tons per hectare average is pretty close for that field. So pretty good, I would say. Since that should be, the other fields are maybe better, but we'll see. I gotta close the hatches here because soon it's gonna start to rain and there might also be some heavy winds. Might get like a proper storm actually. So it would definitely rip those apart. Gotta remember to close them before the night. It's not very windy right now. It's not windy at all actually. But it was supposed to be really windy during the night. So we'll definitely close these ones. Otherwise the wind pushes. I should make like a weight here or something. Because it's just on a pin like this. So when it's super windy it does this. And then this falls off and then it falls down like this. So we'll put them, close them like this. Now they should stay closed. See if we can get out. Close all the doors. But yeah. So the first field done, then it's gonna probably be a couple of days because yeah, it's gonna rain over during the night now, and then yeah, tomorrow no harvesting, and then Monday, yeah, we might start moving some grain to the hot air dryer or something, and getting ready for probably start with the next field over there. But yeah, we'll see about that. Now it's Saturday, so I need to go put the sauna on somewhere. We still have time for sauna today because yeah, it didn't take, or we started pretty early and we only had a little bit left on that field. So yeah, then we just hope it rains as little as possible. The less rain we can get, the better. I think there's one neighbor over there. They're harvesting organic oats also. But yeah, it's even this stuff that was more green, it's starting to be ready. The only green stuff now is the weeds, and that's fine. But the actual oats is getting pretty yellow here. But yeah, then next week it should be really good weather. Then we can get in. We haven't really harvested a full day yet, but next week hopefully it's there's, according to the forecast next week, there should be some really nice days. Windy days, dry days. So then we can harvest actually like a full day. But yeah, that's about it for today. We got the first field finally done, and that's nice. So we'll continue next time. But yeah, thanks for watching, thanks for the follows, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time.
Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massive 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the ride, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 out the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Jack keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah, the weather is the boss. Great dawn bread, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the ride, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractor whispers in the pine.